so very much, Mr. DJ. Once again, distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. All right, good to see you all here. On behalf of the OPC Scm Supplier Summit 2025, I thought somebody would clap. I thought somebody will clap and celebrate this summit, because this is strategically positioned for you all to be abreast with the Ariba platform. And I know some of you have already started engaging it. Some said there were some blurry areas. But today, I promise you, because the workshop is practical, it's going to be very, very insightful and transformative. So you're welcome once again, distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting this event right now, and to do that, please may we all be on our feet as we take the first stanza of the national anthem. Then we recite the second one as prayer, the third verse as prayer, please.
Nigeria we, Nigeria we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
The last stanza as our
flag.
O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. And the people say, thank you so very much. You may have your seat. Thank you so very much. Once again, welcome to the NMPC Scm Supplier Summit 2025. Before we dive in, I'd like to recognize some of our senior executives that are here with us and also watching online. Please, with a warm hand of applause, hands of applause, please. Can we welcome and recognize the Chief Supply Chain Officer, please? Can you please put your hands together for Engineer Telema Iso Career? Please, make it louder, please. That is the CSCO, please. That's the person you are celebrating. And also we have the Head of Operations and Delivery, Dr. Yakubu Mohammed. Please put your hands together for our Dr. Yakubu Mohammed here. It's not loud enough. Come on, let's erupt this room with our applause. Please, thank you. And also we have Head Center of Excellence, Mr. Rafiu Adedotun. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rafiu Adedotun. All right, thank you. And also we have Head Global Category Management. Please, can we celebrate Mr. Abdul Karim Galadunchi, please? Please put your hands together for Mr. Galadunchi. Thank you. And also we have the project coordinator. Please put your hands together for Mr. Moses Sato. You are not celebrating these people. Make it louder. Thank you. Mr. Okay, I see you, sir. You are welcome. Thank you so very much. My name is Leonard Ekpenyong Basi. I am going to be your host for this event. Thank you so very much. I need you to turn to your neighbor once again, to the person seated to you by your left to your right, and say good morning. It's a privilege to sit next to you. I hope this our relationship will build more businesses. All right, as you go ahead today, please make sure you connect, you network, you take contact, because it's all about collaboration, and also as we get to transform our knowledge that we have today. Okay, at NMPC Limited, we take safety seriously. Safety and security is a watchword for us. And so to help us guide us through this hall and tell us the safety and security measures, I'd like to call on the CSO, Ella Anderson. Please put your hands together for the CSO in person of L.A. Anderson. Thank you so very much. You're not clapping, you're not appreciating the CSO. Remember, he's the Chief Security Officer. If he doesn't give us the brief, we might not know what we'll do when it comes to that point. So please, all right, sir, this way. Thank you so very much. Please, a round of applause as he makes his way to the microphone. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. You're all welcome to Bonville Hotel. My name is L.A. Anderson, maintenance manager of this great facility. I want to introduce you to our hall and to our facility. First of all, this hall has two entries, which is this one. This entry that takes you into this hall. And it also has an exit, which are this one and the other one at the rear back that takes you out in case of an emergency. Though we are not expecting any drill today, but if you hear a buzzing alarm from the hotel's angle, the first person who gets to that door pulls the door open, though the door is already open. There's another one behind that door. The first person who gets to that one, push that one open, leave it open for others to walk briskly through that door en route to the muster point. We have two muster points in this facility. One is at the front here, where we have our car park. There's a section of it on the floor that is marked with the no parking sign. That is where the evacuation. So for those of us that are making use of this hall, if there's an emergency, kindly walk briskly either through this route or through the other exit route that leads directly to the muster point where you will update on what might have transpired. We have two muster already. One is since we are making use of this hall, we are doing an emergency evacuation. We make use of this one here in the hotel. And we can quickly call for backup. This police station is too straight from the city. We can easily call for backup. And the management will not hesitate to use force in protecting our guests from being harassed. Also on that our door, the people enables you to see who is knocking on your door. The dead post enables you to add more security lock to your door. Prevention, one is knocking on the door and you peep through the hole and you don't recognize. Quickly dash to your headboard. There's an intercom plan. An intercom by the side of the bed. Just dial 9 on that intercom. That intercom will ring the reception where you tell the receptionist and back. So if you're not too comfortable with that one, you can make use of the one. Thank you very much. Have a nice conference.
Thank you.
Hi, sound.
In this hall, okay, knowing all the exit points and all of that. And also to add to that, just to let you know that we have emergency medical units just behind for any emergency. And also
Can we change cable to an XLR cable?
in case you want to send to your colleague, the ID is 818-3008-2747. I'll take it again. The ID for the Zoom platform is 818-3008-2747. And the password is 2025. The password is 2025. And just to let you know that we have free Wi-Fi in this hall. The passwords are training 1, training 2, training 3, yeah? And the password is 0 into 8 places. 0 into 8 places for the free Wi-Fi. Any clarification? Shall I read it again?
Organized by the Supply Chain Management Division of NNPC Limited.
Check 1, 2.
Why you put this one up there now? You know this one don't come outside. You won't go carry the bucket. You don't know her before. Now we come. They get communication, they get net English. Come.
All right, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we want to apologize for that technical glitch. We sincerely apologize for that technical glitch, and we ask that you turn your attention to the screen. Please, with a round of applause, please, let's welcome the Chief Supply Chain Officer, the person of
Come here.
Engineer Telema.
Come. You back to them.
Please, we don't want to.
If you guys mute yourself, mute yourself. Don't you know how to mute yourself? Please, mute yourself, please.
Distinguished guests, valued suppliers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Telema Isukawai, and I'm the Chief Supply Chain Officer of NNPC Limited. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to this Supplier Summit organized by the Supply Chain Management Division of NNPC Limited. Today marks another major milestone in our continuous efforts at strengthening collaboration, transparency, and efficiency in the way we do business in our organization. As part of our ongoing transformation, we are glad to introduce the full adoption of SAP Ariba system, a new digital, cloud-based platform that will now serve as a single gateway trusted and valued stakeholders. Going forward, all procurement-related activities, starting with the supplier registration and onboarding, pre-qualification, sourcing, and shipment notices, service entry and invoicing will now be conducted on the SAP Ariba platform. It will provide a better visibility into your transactions each step from onboarding to transaction management. Please take full advantage of these sessions to ask questions and get familiar with the processes. The team will also introduce the new modules we will have on Ariba platform, like the supplier performance management, category management, sourcing and tendentially as we transition into this new system. Change, as we know, is never without its challenges, but with your cooperation, we are confident that the journey will deliver lasting value for everyone. Let me also acknowledge the project organizing team members, led by Mr. Moses Sado, who are all on ground today, for their dedication in putting this together at the shortest notice. Finally, on behalf of NNPC Limited Management, I welcome you once again to this summit. Let us embrace this change with open minds and renewed enthusiasm. The future of procurement is digital, and together we are setting the pace. Welcome on board, and do have a productive session.
All right, please, a round of applause for our CSCO, please. Please, thank you so very much, sir. That has set the tone for the workshop here today. All right, if you're just joining us, please, in your summit park, you have a face cap in there. Can we endeavor to wear our face cap, please, for uniformity? Please put on your face cap. Thank you so very much. And also wear your tag in your person at all time. Also in the park, we have a quick reference guide. Please, that will be your guide for the training today. So our advice that you bring it out, unveil it, and just go through it while the facilitators will be presenting their slide. We'll be looking through that guide to help you throughout the conference, the summit today. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Hello, are we ready for the first session? I can't hear you. I need some energy. Are you ready for the first session? Because our facilitator is ready. He's an expert on this field as he takes us through the Ariba platform overview and profile management. Our facilitator is a certified SAP procurement consultant and digital procurement transformation expert with extensive international experience delivering SAP Ariba and SAP S/4HANA sourcing and procurement solutions. For over the past 17 years, I'm talking about more than a decade, he has successfully led and supported more than 10 full-cycle SAP S/4HANA and SAP Ariba source and invoicing implementation across diverse industries, including telecommunication, manufacturing, energy, construction, natural conservation, and services, working within the SAP Activate methodology. The S4HANA and the evolving future of the procurement ecosystem, Distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, please join me. A warm round of applause, I said. Please join me. A warm round of applause, I said. Put your hands together as I welcome to take off on the Ariba platform, overview and profile management, Mr. Adeshego. Please put your hands together for him, sir. Thank you. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. You're all welcome once again to the NNPC SAP Ariba Supplier Summit. We are here today to learn more on how I'm here this morning to run us through the overview on how to get connected to SAP Ariba support, how to register, ways in which you can register, how to get your questionnaire filled, and also to answer some questions and difficulties you have trying to log on to register on the Ariba Business Network. Okay, and quickly I will just run us through what is SAP Ariba Business Network. Okay, so SAP Ariba basically is a supply chain tool. It's a digital tool that is used to connect suppliers and buyers. When I say suppliers, I simply mean vendors to buyers, that's to companies. That's what basically SAP Ariba does for you. SAP Ariba can connect you to over 8 million companies in 190 countries, irrespective of where you are located anywhere in the world. Why SAP Ariba? Companies are trying to digitize their supply chain and procurement activities. They are trying to make it simpler, they are trying to make it easier, they are trying to make life easier for suppliers. They are trying to bring an end to paperwork, trying to digitize and make everything simple and more efficient for both you, the suppliers, and also we, the buyers, as a company. Hence, SAP Ariba. Your SAP Ariba Business Network, it builds a bridge between the supplier and the buyer, connects you with your buyer seamlessly. Not just, yes, today is about NNPC, tomorrow it could be about another corporation, but we are here today on how we can connect on SAP Ariba with NNPC. Well, it also makes life easier for suppliers by suppliers now don't need to travel 5,000 kilometers to get your purchase orders, or you don't need to travel from here to Lagos or from here to Abuja to get your invoices submitted or your POs collected. You can sit at the comfort of your home or in the comfort of your office and respond to your purchase orders and also your invoices, and also complete your service entry sheet while sitting. Okay. At this point, I need to see what I'm talking about. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. NNPC sends you a PO. You don't have to run down to Abuja or to Lagos or the office in Benin or anywhere to get your purchase orders. You can easily get your purchase orders in your email address on your laptop, on your phones, or anywhere in remote. You can get your purchase orders at any point in time, and easy for you to transact. It's easy for you to transact, and sorry, please, sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. So apart from SAP Ariba making your payments, so you can imagine if you can get your PO, you don't have to travel the way down. You can get your PO in less than 2 hours. You get a PO created for you, sent to you in less than 2 hours. You get the job in less than, in that particular day. Let's assume it's a job you have to do that day. And once you are done, you can create your service entry sheet. Same in your office where you are. Create your service entry sheet. Once it's submitted, approved, create your invoice on SAP Ariba again, and payment process starts. So it shortens your payment process cycle with NNPC. Even though, yes, we have payment terms, according to your payment terms, it shortens your payment cycle. So you don't have to travel for 1 month or wait for 15 days or 10 days to get your purchase orders sent to you. You can get that easily, easily at the tip of your fingers. Also, SAP Ariba Business Network benefits you as a supplier. It gives you access to millions of suppliers, visibility, and it gives you new business opportunities. So people that you don't, once you're registered on the network, any supplier anywhere in the world, any buyer anywhere in the world can look for you as a supplier, and you can get RFPs, you can get contracts from various suppliers all over the world, not just NNPC. That is part of the visibility SAP Ariba Business Network brings to you. Also helps you, like I said, it streamlines your operations. You automate your purchase orders, you confirm your purchase orders online, your invoicing. It brings an end to paper. You can imagine once before, if you have sent a purchase order physically on a sheet and that PO gets lost. Once it's lost, you start running helter-skelter trying to get maybe a copy from NNPC and all that. You don't need all that again. Everything you are doing is on your system, your gadgets, your phone, your iPad, what have you. It helps reduce manual effort. It helps you reduce manual effort and improves collaboration. So it's easy to make things easier for for both parties. That's part of what SAP Ariba does for you. Okay, so the overall benefit is, like I said earlier, it helps you to get paid faster from this. It helps you get paid faster. It helps you all around the world. The same thing SAP Ariba Business Network does for you. So it's a free account. It's usually activated. The account is usually activated on your first transaction, or it might require you to have a prior registration before you get activated. Also, you can do almost everything on your standard account. Your standard account enables you to receive your RFPs, which is your request for proposals, your purchase orders. You can send your service entry. You can do basically almost everything on your RFP. That's where you get your contracts and everything on the standard account. You can do that. Now, it also has an enterprise account. Basically, your enterprise account, it just gives you a little edge. When I say little edge, you can do same thing on both, but your enterprise account is now like your Twitter account, but a verified Twitter account or a verified Instagram account. It just has a tick. It means what your enterprise account just gives you is SAP has checked your profile, SAP Ariba has checked your profile, they've mapped everything, they've looked at everything, you've submitted, it's just you certified as a vendor, just as if you have a certified Instagram or Twitter account. That is what that gives you. And for that particular enterprise account, it might be is subject to a certain fee based on your transactions. But what we are using is the standard account, and your standard account is free, and you can do anything you like on it. So don't worry, it's free. Okay. Yes, I said your free account is usually activated with the first transaction. We would get to see and understand how that is done, how the free account is done, and how you. Okay, so we'll go through the step-by-step registration guide. This will see screenshots on what happens when you get an email from NNPC, or how can you go about it. Okay, so in NNPC, we have a supplier registration flow, which starts with either. There are two ways you can get registered on SAP Ariba Business Network in NNPC. It's either you get a registration link from NNPC, an email, we'll see that as we go on, and when you get that, you click on a link, it opens up for you to create a SAP Ariba account. When you create this account, you get an account number. That account number is called an SAP Ariba Network ID. It's a unique ID number for you that you use. It's your unique ID identification number on SAP Ariba. Okay. Now, once your ANID, you are created on the SAP Ariba network, the next thing you do is you log in and respond to the questionnaire that was sent. The questionnaire comes along with the link, but you won't see that questionnaire until you are registered on the Ariba Business Network. So once you're registered on the Ariba Business Network, you will get to the questionnaire. Where you fill the questionnaire NNPC has sent to you. We'll see all that as we go on. You see the questionnaire NNPC has sent to you, and once you fill that, you submit the questionnaire. Now, when you fill and submit the questionnaire, it does not make you become a supplier automatically. Your questionnaire goes for review from the project team of NNPC Supply Chain Management. They review what you answered in the questionnaire, check your category and all that. Then once that is done, it will be approved. But you might be approved, you might not be approved. So, but once you pass all the criteria, you get approved, then you get an email that tells you that your application to become a supplier is successful and you're now a supplier. You get an email on that. There's an online real-time email you get for everything you do on the SAP Ariba system. Okay. So, like I said earlier, there are two ways to register on, there are two ways to get registered on your SAP Ariba, or to get registered on SAP Ariba Business Network for you to work with NNPC. The first way is simpler if you don't want to wait for NNPC to send you a registration link. Now, NNPC has a website, nnpcgroup.com. If you go to the website, nnpcgroup.com, and on the NNPC website, you will see contact us. There's an icon at the right top corner of the screen. You'll see there, contact us. Now, that icon, once you click on it, it gives you a drop down and you see register here, suppliers, register here. Once you click on that register here, it takes you, if it opens a form for you to fill, to register as a supplier. You put in your name, your company name, details, just fill details. And when you submit that, then NNPC will send you, the supply chain team of NNPC Group will send you a questionnaire for you to fill. Now, the second one is you getting a questionnaire, and this is what your questionnaire looks like. This is from the test system, so it's basically the same thing, but you won't see an NPC test, okay? So you will see it there, register as a supplier with an NPC Group, your name, LO, your company name, or the name you've given in that previous form you filled will be here. You see it, register as a supplier and all that. And once you come there, the next thing you need to do once you see this is click here to create an account. So once you click on that click here, it's a link. Once you click on click here, it takes you to this particular screen. This screen, on the left side, you have a brief overview of the benefits of registering or having a relationship on SAP Ariba Business Network. Then you have here, on the right side, you see the NNPC logo and tells you connect with NNPC Limited on SAP Business Network to work with us. Now, over here, we've had incidences of some companies are already on SAP Ariba Business Network. So if you're a company or you're already on SAP Ariba Business Network and you get a link from us, what you need to do is to register. You can see here, you have link an existing account. The first one is for you to even review accounts, just in case you have accounts on SAP Ariba Business Network prior. Some companies do, some suppliers do. They work with other IOCs, other oil companies. Already have SAP Ariba Business Network. So you can check, you can have more than one Ariba Business Network account. So you can click on review accounts to check your accounts. Once you click on it, it opens a page where you put in your name and you check your accounts as a supplier. So if you are there, fine, that's just for you to check which accounts you want to use. Now, if you already have an SAP Ariba Business Network account, you now need to link an existing account. Once you click on link an existing account, the system asks you to input your username and password that you have already, because you already have an account. So once you click on that, you put in your username and password that already exists for you already. That links you automatically with it links you with the NNPC Ariba support, NNPC Ariba Business Network that that was sent an invite. So you don't need to create a new account if you already have an existing Ariba Business Network account. You can merge your existing account to with NNPC. But if you don't, peradventure, most times, most people don't, you can create a new account. Once you click on create a new account, the system brings you to this screen. So on this particular screen, you need to put in your company information. You have, the first thing you see here is a DUNS number. The system requires you to input a DUNS number. Now, a DUNS number is a DONS, and it's an international registered certified number that they use in Europe, mostly in Europe and UK, that shows that, oh, okay, this company is certified, this company's accounts are good and all that. Now, we don't require you to use a DUNS number. We don't require you to use a DUNS number for you to get registered on Ariba Business Network. But if you have it, you can impute it. Most times, people don't have that, but if you have that, you can use it. Okay, so after your DUNS number, you will see that the system, because you were sent a link from NNPC, the system automatically picks up your company name. You will notice that your company name is already there in the system for you. Then you have some fields that are asterisked in red. Those fields are compulsory fields that you actually need to fill before you go ahead. So you put in your company name, your country, your region, address, you put in all those things there. Once you are done imputing all that, then you also need to give yourself a username. Your account will have a username. Most times people use their company name, which is acceptable. You can use your company name as your user, as your user name on your account, or you can change it. But you please need to note there's a particular checkbox that says use my email as my username. You can decide to use your email, that is maybe Ade and Co, as your username, or you can use you can use any username as your you can use any email or any other name that you accept. You need to relations all over the world, trust me, are there also. And now once the system sends you, you get another email from the Ariba Commerce Automation, from the Ariba Commerce Cloud Network, welcoming you to the SAP Ariba Business Network, saying you have created your account. Now note, you have created your account. You have your account. This is your account. Company name, your username, and your business network ID. Remember I said earlier that you will get your own Ariba network ID. That's your own unique Ariba ID. You can use it to log on. You can use it to trace your transactions. You can use it to connect with other companies, not just with NNPC. So it shows you here. So it's always good. You can keep this email and you can make reference to it later on as you go on. Okay? So once you are done, registering on Ariba Business Network, you will now go to where you have, the system takes you to this particular screen once you are done with your registration. So now remember, you are registered on Ariba Business Network. It does not mean you are automatically a supplier with NNPC group. Remember, I said you'll be sent a link to register. Then inside that link, you will have questionnaire that you need to fill. The questionnaire is belongs to NNPC group. So that questionnaire is what you will now fill that you will, after filling the questionnaire, we'll see as gone. After filling the questionnaire, you will now submit the questionnaire for it to be reviewed before you get approved as an NNPC supplier. So you will see this, you can see at the top of the screen, you will see NNPC group, you see Ariba proposals and questionnaires. Where you have registrations and questionnaires, this NPC group, it will always come here. You click on it, it opens up, you can fill the questionnaire. Now, also, in this particular field, now, use this page for you. This page contains, please note, immediately you click on this, after 30 days, particularly you don't want to do business with us, that ends that particular, that ends, the event ends. But you click on the drop down, you can either select yes or no. You input, shorten, break, collapse your company name, your supplier name to at least 42 characters. If you don't do that, if it's more than 42 characters, the system, you will not get synchronized even if your questionnaire gets approved by NNPC. Okay. Now, after which, you need to select the country you are operating from. It's there. All those fields asterisked in red are compulsory fields for you to fill. And you need to fill that, your mobile phone number, if you have more than one, if you have two, you can fill all that at any point in time. Okay. So next you have also the next section, you need to fill in your address, your street address, you need to fill in your street address, number, name, your postal code. Now, you might ask me, what is your postal code? Your postal code just signifies is a six-digit number that signifies the location. Now, the first tab there asks us a question. The question there is, give us your email address. You impute a correct email address there that we put an email there. It's just that particular tab denotes the language that we are transacting in, and is EN. EN signifies English. We don't need to touch the third tab. We've had thousands of cases where people have touched that particular tab, and once you do that, it will not allow your questionnaire to be synchronized at the end of the day. So it's default, it's there, is EN, leave it as EN. Nobody should touch it. Just pretend as if you didn't see it. Now you now have the fourth tab there is your PO email note address. Is also an email address for your PO, so you can also put the same email you use for your PO there. Now the fifth tab is also a language tab. Your invoice language note is English. It automatically comes there itself. It's default. It's by default. You see EN there. Please don't touch it. Like I said earlier, we've had cases where people have touched it, and it won't benefit you as a supplier at the end of the day because you will not get registered properly. Okay. Now the last tab here is also speaking to the remittance email note. That is, you can also use the email you used for the account receivable. You can also put that there. That is fine. Now, once we're done with that particular section, which is your transaction section, it shows that's where we input the emails that you want to get messages and emails from NNPC group from. Once we're done with that, the next section where we have there is the section where you need to input your bank information. So you put in your bank information, your bank name, your bank account number, sort code, and all those bank details that will be required of you. You can enter more than one bank account information if you have more than one bank account there. Once you're done with the first one, you see bank information, you click, it opens another tab for you to fill there for your bank information. Okay? Now, the next section will be your tax information. You need to input your TIN number, your VAT number, and you also need to, it's going to ask you for an attachment to show that, an attachment that proves, that complements your TIN number. So you need to also put that there. Supporting documents, basically. You attach a supporting document on your TIN number, and some cases, you need to show 3 months tax clearance and what have you. So once you fill that also, there's another section, section 4 and 5, which is the last section, is where you need to input your CAC. You attach your CAC certificate, your RC number, your MEMAT documentation, memorandum of article of operation. You supply that. You also need to show your NSITF pension and your pension and social insurance. Yes, certificates. They all need to be there. You see a number of things that you need to submit. You need to ensure you attach all those documents and submit them so that you can go on. So once you're done filling the questionnaire, that's the last section of the questionnaire. Once you're done filling the questionnaire, there's an icon at the bottom of the screen that says submit your response. So you can, at that point in time, you can submit if you've met all the criteria, filled all the information that you need to fill. Now, if maybe I don't have a soft copy of a particular document I'm meant to submit, I need to get the soft copy maybe, and I won't get it until tomorrow or next tomorrow. You can just come to the bottom of the screen and click on Save Draft. So you can save it, it remains there. If you go out of the screen, you can come back and log in and continue from where you stopped. You've not submitted it, it's saved. But remember, like I said earlier, once you click on the questionnaire, you have 30 days, 29 days to start counting. So once you save that, you can do save and it saves. Now also, let's assume while you saved, you have 1 or 2 questions that you need to ask from the supply chain team of NNPC. You can come to compose message at the bottom of the screen too. If you click on it, you can compose a message. You need clarification on this particular question, you're not sure, you're not clear. Once you click on compose message, type in your message and send. It goes to the project manager that sent you this particular registration. So the project manager will respond to you, you get an email, you see it, and you can carry on. So once you are sure you're done, you can always come back and click on submit response. Once you click on submit response, the system asks you, are you sure you want to submit a response? Once you click OK, it submits, and at the top right corner of your screen, you will see that you have submitted a response. And once you submit that response too, you also get an email. You get an email from NNPC that you submitted your response. You will get an email from your email that you inputted there that you submitted your questionnaire successfully, that they will get back to you. It's under approval, they will get back to you. And from the next slide, you can see at the top right-hand corner of your screen, you will see pending approval. Once it's approved, that changes to registered. Once your questionnaire is approved, that particular pending approval will change to. But while it is under scrutiny, it will remain as pending approval. Now, if your For instance, if your questionnaire has not started, they've not started looking into your questionnaire, you can always come back to the questionnaire you submitted. If you have one or two things you need to change, and click on revise response at the top, the blue tab there. You can always revise your response. You go there, you revise, you change what you need to change, and you submit again. So when you do that, when you submit again, it goes for another approval because you've changed something on your questionnaire. So it needs to go for approval. Now, when your questionnaire is being scrutinized, you will not be able to, you can see the revised response is not there. That means they've started working on your questionnaire and you can't change something. Remember, it's a system. It shows you it's an online real-time system. So while they're working on it, you can't change something. When they are done working on it, even if it's unregistered, if you see, if the pending approval has gone and is unregistered and you need to change something, you can still come back. It will show you, you can still come back, it will show you revised response. You click on it, change what you need to change, but note, it will go for approval again. Do you get? So every time, if you have one or two things you need to change, you can change and go back to come for approval. Now, once it has been approved and you're fine, you get an email from NNPC Group that you've been successfully registered as a supplier, been approved, blah, blah, blah. And when there is a particular RFP that suits your category, you will get a PO. Now, once you are fully registered on your Ariba Business Network, this is your Ariba Business Network landing page. When you log landing page, now this page is your dashboard, is an overview of your dashboard. This is what the Ariba Business Network dashboard looks like. This is the page where you get your POs. When they send you a PO, if you come here, when you click on the tab up there that says orders, when you click on it, you see purchase orders, you click on purchase orders, it shows you your purchase orders. So we have various tabs here. Basically, this is your own tab. Your own tab is where you see your dashboard, the numbers, the amount of purchase orders you've done, your the invoices you submitted, the purchase orders you've not answered. You know, it's your dashboard that you can play around with. You can set it as you wish. Remember, it's your own. It's just like your Instagram page or your Facebook or your Twitter. You can set all those things, or your Microsoft page. You can set it as you wish. Your laptop desktop, you can decide to turn it upside down, put the icons by the side, whatever you like. It's your page. Play around with it the way you want to. Now, you have the first tab you have at the top there is your own page, or your own tab. So from your own tab, you can see, this is what you see. It just shows you a view of your dashboard, and you can navigate to any other tab from your own tab. Now, your next tab is your enablement tab. Your enablement tab, if you have any tasks from any supplier, not just an NPC, any supplier, if you click on your enablement tab, you see the task that you need to work on, and you can go ahead and do that. Then you have discovery. Discovery is where you check if you have any leads from companies around the world. Then your workbench is workbench. As the name denotes, it's a place where if you click on it, you see your purchase orders, your invoices, where you can actually work on transactions. That's why it's called workbench. Then you also have the tab orders. If you click on the tab orders, you see purchase orders or contracts. That is the tab where most of the POs they send to you, that's where you receive them from. Now, you also have, the next tab is your fulfillment tab. Your fulfillment tab just shows the various orders that you have fulfilled. What do I mean by fulfilled? If you've done a PO, you've done service entry, you've done invoices, confirmations and service entries on those purchase orders you have, to show that fulfillment means you fulfilled an order. So when you click on that tab, it shows you the various transactions you have fulfilled in your Ariba Business Network. Now, you also have the invoice tab. The invoice tab, basically, that's where you create your invoices form. That is where you check the various invoices you sent back and forth to. Then you have your payment tab. Your payment tab is the payments you've received from on your business network, depending on how your company is set up. We'll learn more about that in various sessions. So we also have the More tab. Your More tab is, the screen can't take everything. So when you click on More, it shows you if there are more tabs for you to select. It shows you that, and you can select that and work with that. Now, you also have this, before your initials, the initials that you used to register will always show at the top right-hand corner of your screen. Before your initials, there is a question mark. It's an help icon. At any point in time, you need help. Remember, Ariba Business Network does not belong to NNPC. As you are using it as a supplier, you are using it as a buyer. So if you have issues on Ariba Business Network, you can click on the help icon, and a chatbot comes up for you to. There's a chatbot that comes up for you. You type in your question, they attend to you, they answer you. They always do that within 24 hours or immediately, depending on the kind of issues you have. So that's what the help icon is there for. And also, you can reach out to us if it's something within. Remember, Ariba Business Network doesn't belong to NNPC. It belongs to, as you're using it, we are using it too. If we have issues too, we contact them. Do you understand? My colleague comes up in subsequent section. He will show you how to do that. Once you are done with all this, you're familiar with all this, and you're okay, you are definitely being registered on the Ariba Business Network. And remember, once your questionnaire is also approved, then now it's NNPC Ariba. At this point, I will stop, and it's time for you.
Can we please appreciate our facilitator? Thank you so very much, sir. All right, we have 3 questions on this.
We are registered. But our issue.
Okay, let me quickly answer that one.
Okay.
If you have any question on categorization, so there's a section coming up after mine that deals basically with categorization and what you're meant to do with your categorization, how to get categorized for a particular product. Okay.
Secondly, the SAP, the number that you mentioned, I'm used to hearing about SAP number in NNPC, but when I registered with them as an NNPC vendor, or there is another number that is required after that?
That's the number you need. You don't need an SAP. You know, sir. So your question is very important, and more light will be shed on your question in the next section that we are going to go into. That section is about categorization service you provide. Like I said, when people were registering, everybody selected all. People were registering, everybody selected all. You definitely cannot do everything. So probably, maybe you selected all. So all is looking for you, and all are in product and service categorization. So in the next step from there, you might get more RFPs. Okay.
Next question. Good morning, everyone. My name is
Or what exactly? I want to assure you that there won't be delay on communication. If there is delay on communication now, is the delay you have on communication now is, yes, we are doing a supplier summit all over Nigeria in different regions. There's a lot of invitations coming in, and you need to scrutinize each invitation and attend to them. Do you get? So I believe, depending on the project manager, you will always see there's a project manager that handles every invitation that is sent out. Do you understand? So depending on the level of, it's not going to take forever. It shouldn't take 48 hours for you to get a response. If you don't get a response, you can send it to you. If you don't get a response, the EN to India or something, that automatically won't allow your questionnaire to sync, and you will be going back and forth until I realize, oh, this was changed, or you didn't attach this or that. But basically, in 48 hours, 72 hours, you should be attended to.
Thank you. Next question, please. Okay, I see that gentleman there. Please, your name and organization that you represent, please.
That involved in plant situation, AGIs, Vive stations, rendering services. It's like you guys didn't capture those areas. Because the SBU where I work, up till now, we've not been able to even do tender to renew expired contracts. So, gentlemen, give us the way out. Are we in the old age or we've gone digital? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, sir. A bit confusing. Work for you is probably your username is not correct, or there must be something else wrong entirely, because you are still, even the forgot password is Ariba that you are contacting. It's not the company, it's not NNPC or the company you are working with. You are contacting Ariba. Ariba owns the platform, and they are the ones that will do the password reset for you and all that. But if it's something, if you are not completely clear, you can come to the help desk at the back and we'll have a look at it and see what exactly the problem is. There's an help desk at the left-hand corner at the back there. You can come there and we'll look at it and be sure what the issue is.
Okay, all right. So this Ariba is also different from the NNPC vendor platform.
NNPC what?
The NIPEX, yeah.
Okay. So there is NIPEX. NIPEX has an SAP Ariba sourcing solution. There is NNPC Group. NNPC has Ariba solution, sourcing, guided buying, commerce automation, cloud automation. So there are two different systems. NIPEX, NNPC. So if you have issues with NIPEX, then you speak to NIPEX.
Hello, please. The question is, you mentioned earlier that SAP Ariba makes you visible and presents you access to business opportunities. How? Because I know that majority of these business opportunities are being shared on NIPEX for suppliers to bid. So please, can you elaborate more? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, ma. You answered your question. Majority of this is shared. Majority of these business opportunities are shared on NIPEX. So NIPEX is already sharing the business opportunity with you. And the reason why NIPEX is sharing it with you is because you're on Ariba with NIPEX. So you've answered your question. So you have business opportunities to you. Now you can get other business opportunities, not necessarily from NIPEX. If I'm a supplier and I can click on Discovery and search for opportunities. RFPs have been posted outside around the world.
All right, thank you. I think that's the last question.
There is one and...
Okay, all right.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Please,
Please, your name and your organization, please.
Okay, my name is Fadila Adam. I'm representing Ademisis Energy Limited. My question is basically on SAP Ariba and NIPEX. Like you said, the SAP Ariba gives you visibility that other oil and gas can actually contact you for services, for example, both local or maybe international. My question is, if you are not on NIPEX, is this visibility still there? I want to know the correlation between the NIPES registration visibility and the SAP Ariba visibility, and your advice for everybody, like real advice. Should everybody be on NIPES mostly, or you can stop at SAP Ariba? Thank you.
Thank you, ma. Okay. So, SAP Ariba Business Network is a platform that you have to connect, that you have to register with. If you are on NIPEX, if NIPEX has sent you an invitation to register as a supplier and you're on NIPEX, it means you have an SAP Business Network account. SAP Ariba Business Network account. If you have a SAP Ariba Business Network account, then you are visible to people. Yes, probably because it's NIPEX that sent you that invitation. It doesn't mean you can't. For instance, you have that invitation, you're already on SAP Business Network with NIPEX. If you get an invitation from NNPC Group, all you need to do is to register with. You register, you can link your account by registering when it's time for you to create an account. Once we send you a link, you will see click here to create an account. Once you click here, there are questions it will ask you. Do you want to create a new account, or you want to register with an existing account? You already have an existing account, so you can register with that existing account. What it does is it only separates, it brings all the companies that you are working with, that you are transacting with. It selects NIPEX. You have an Ariba business to look for you. Whether it's 30%, 50%, 60%, 70%, the more
my colleague has taken you through is to register. It's akin to coming. When you come in, you will see a table in front, you do all those registration, and that is what you have concluded. So congratulations. But when you get through that door, as you are about to enter, there will be an usher that will direct you to a particular to know what you can do, what you perform, how you perform it. So if we come to you, we are sure we have eliminated the risk that you cannot perform. This helps us to have a deliberate fair npcgroup.com. You send us a mail. I promise for how we are available at the back. So this is the area for interlude. If I had a joke, I would have said that, but there's nothing. Some technical challenge. Your patience, please. Okay, I think we are up and running. Okay, I've been there before, so I can say and shown you earlier. It will advise you to click a link. As soon as you do that, this form will appear. And in this form, as I said, we have tried to simplify. What we require is your company name in the first box, current for that year. Then, as the revenue or turnover are the same, okay? We know you do the right thing. We want to trust you, but we just want that evidence, okay? You do that for 2024, you do it for 2023, and you do it for 2022. You are done with the financial statement area. Now the important area. The important area is what you do, your categories. Now, there are currently, in the NNPC, we have about 363 categories, which is from the area classification from the United Nations Standard Products and Service Code classification, UNSPSC. Now, we don't want you to do too much. You don't have to invent it. Oh, sorry, this one is expired. Okay, anyhow, if you click that link, all the categories, the 363 that I spoke about, will come out. You look through and check the one that best describes what your specialty is, where you believe that you can do well. You can take 5. As I said, even 1 is wide enough for all the things that, any one of them, you put it in the first category. You choose the next one, you put it there, up until 5. But each of those categories you have chosen, now you go to, hold on. You go to, there's a box here for permits, professional qualifications. You will now provide evidences, like as I have mentioned before, job completion certificates first, POs, all those things that you can provide up to 10 for each of the categories, just to say, look, I have been doing this thing before, I have evidence to show that I am capable, you know? Then there's another box again. For each of it, you put the evidence. Please, just drag it, drop your soft copy, you just copy it and put in that box, so that it will reflect that category you have chosen. This is what we have observed. We observed that people have been doing cleaning, the janitorial job for years. They have plenty, ample evidence which they have put. But they went to choose a category for maintenance tools. It does not correlate. That means all the evidence you have chosen could not support the category you have chosen. And it means it's 0 by our own rating. And help us as well. You are plenty. I can tell you that. We have seen about 5,000 registered vendors. And you do not expect us to spend 10 hours for one vendor. So help us to help you. Give us the information that can help us review and pass it through as quickly as possible. I'm sure that's not too much to ask, right? Is that okay? Please. So when you have done the job completion certificates and POs and all those stuff, letters that you have evidence for, you go to the permit to operate, especially for those areas like the services areas where you need the NUPRC and all those kind of specialized permits before you can operate. Even in security, NC defense, Nigeria Defense Corps or something, they require all those kind of permits. You put those things so that it will encourage us and help us to understand that we are mitigating our risk by engaging you. All this helps us to group you so that we can do targeted sourcing with you. So by doing this correctly, we may have pre-qualified you. You do not go through any other lengthy qualification process because we are within a basket that we have already agreed that you have the capacity for. You see, that is how this works. Now, as you upload all those evidence, you also see an area that you upload other certifications for your companies and for your personnel, as I had mentioned earlier. Again, when you fill all this, just be putting as many. You have an allowance to put as much as 12. Put the 10 by each. If you run out of it, stop. Good. We'll work with that. Subsequently, when you get jobs, you keep improving upon that, and that will be done through the Ariba network. As soon as you are done that, you confirmed all the information is true and what you have submitted is correct. You just come here and submit. But if you, okay, and you see a thank you and an acknowledgement that it has been submitted, you don't have anything yet and you can go and get it and come, you can hold on, then return later. You can only update this form if we have not treated it. If you send this form today and one of my colleagues in the office is working on it, it means you cannot. However, if you have, it has not been treated, you can go through this again and click that and update whatever you have. And for this period that we're going around, and we will use this to update your pre-qualification area and categorization. I hope this has been able to clear some of the questions you might be having, especially those who received this without clarification. But while I am here and afterwards, we are available for any other clarification you may have. So thank you very much.
Can we appreciate our facilitator, please, Mr. Moran? There are so many new companies that have not done anything. So how can you generate the evidence for you to be,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That is what I have been trying to emphasize. The evidence that you provide is because you made a claim, right? If you don't make a claim, you will not provide evidence. Is that not so? We understand that there are new companies that are coming up. You can choose a category that you want to operate. You have not gotten it. You have not gotten work for it. It doesn't matter. You have to start somewhere, right? Good. So just don't claim what you can provide evidence for. You have the opportunity to choose where you want to operate with us, to partner with us in, or where you have been doing that for a while. Is that okay? Just don't try to manufacture evidence. You want to follow up? Please. I had two before.
In case you have an evidence,
okay,
maybe another company that is not listed in Areba, can you generate it from there?
No. See, sorry, you are making. Let me clarify this. Your evidences doesn't have anything to do with Ariba. See, if you have a job you have completed before, they will give you job completion certificate, right?
Yes.
That is the evidence.
I understand.
Good. Just scan it and upload it. That is sufficient for us. Your financial statement, scan it and just upload. Those are the things. You don't need to go, and it can be from anywhere, so long as it represents the service that you are intending to render to us.
Then if what I'm trying to ask, if you have an evidence,
yes,
job done in another company,
yes,
that you own,
yes,
can you provide it?
Representing the company you are using or another one? I don't understand that question.
Yes,
how can you use it? Hold on. How can you use the company Dangote is about to do something and okay.
But if you are not having executing their job,
so look, I don't think we are here on personal level.
No.
We are here on the corporate level.
Yes, corporate
so
level.
The company that you are representing there, that is the company's evidences that we want to see. Is that clear enough?
Very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hold on, sir. I think we have one more question at that table. Yes.
Okay.
One more question. Please, can you take the mic to him? For further inquiries, please, during the tea break, you can approach the help desk there behind for further inquiries.
During your course of lecture, you said on the categorization, you need 2024, 23, and 22 audited account. For companies who check, all right, let me come again. You said the audited account to be uploaded is 2024, 23, 22. Now, for companies who registered 2023, that does not have up to 3 years audited account, how do you go about that? That's one. Then secondly, for instance, I did company with IDSL, and still same company, like the question I asked, can I upload that evidence still on my company's name?
Thank you. This will help clarify what I have been saying. I thank you for that question. The first question. If you do not have audited financial statement for any year, do not upload anything. Only upload for the ones you have. We require for 2024, 2023, 2022. If you have only for 2024, upload only that one. If you, of course, if you have only for 2023, do so. If you do not have at all, don't upload anything. Don't put anything. That is okay for the question one. Now for question two. If you have done any job for any other company anywhere else, it doesn't need to be in NNPC. I know NNPC is wide. We have about 51 buying organizations. If it is for Dangote, Corn Oil, Next Oil, anywhere at all, and it is an evidence that represents the service that you can provide, you can put it there. Is that clear? Are we okay, sir? Hello, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much. Please, can we appreciate our facilitator, please? Please, can we do it louder? Thank you, Mr. Noya. Thank you so very much. So like I said, for further inquiries, please make sure you go to the help desk behind and you get more information about the Ariba platform, please. As we go for our tea break, please, have you gotten your tea voucher? Please, have you gotten your, anybody? Your tea voucher? If you've not gotten, please raise your hand so we can know. If you don't have your tea voucher, please, can you please indicate? I think we have one person there. Please, can we attend to that man there? Keep your hand up so we can see. Okay. All right, thank you so very much. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, let's go for a tea break, and we're doing that just for 20 minutes so we can reconvene and continue with this summit. Are we learning so far? Are we learning so far? And are we gaining so far? The world has gone digital, and that's where we're heading to, right here at NNPC Limited. Thank you so very much. We'll reconvene at 12 noon to continue with the session. We have our tea break now. All right, so for our tea break, we are going to the gallery, please. There's a door right behind us there. Please, can we raise our hand? If you're at that door, raise your hand. That is the entrance door to the gallery, door 1. And we also have door 2 here. Door 2 here, close to the media table. That is where you can take to the gallery for your tea break, please. Thank you so very much. We will reconvene at 12 noon.
listening to DJ Kaka. listening to DJ Khalid.
Ale Casa.
Check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Check. Mic check 1, 2. Alright. Let's see if we can start making our way downstairs for other session, please. For those that are seated already, I hope you are refreshed. We are ready for more informative, interactive, insightful, and transformative session that is still ahead.
Suppliers Enablement Solutions. His expertise spans SAP Ariba, S/4HANA integration, suppliers lifecycle performance, and master data management via SAP processing orchestration. At NNPC Limited, he plays a key role in advancing procurement efficiency by optimizing pro-to-pay workflow, streamlining approval hierarchy, and enabling data-driven suppliers qualification and contract management framework. He holds a Bachelor of Technology in Mathematics and Statistics from the Federal University of Technology, Mina, and a certification in SAP Ariba Procurement, SAP Ariba Sourcing, SAP Analytical Cloud Planning. Beyond his project work, our facilitator please, until he gets to the microphone, let's not stop. Please, until he gets to the microphone, let's not stop. Until he gets to the microphone, let us not stop. He's an expert in his field and he's here to share knowledge on Ariba platform. Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be expectations. First thing we're going to do today is we're going to understand how to transact electronic orders on Ariba. We're going to understand how to respond to any electronic order that's sent to you from NNPC and how to respond to tenders. So we'll do that today. Presentation slide. I've prepared a short slide. Purchase order, service orders, or even an invitation to bid from NNPC. First thing, we'll start with purchase orders. If there's any communication from NNPC to you for you to execute an order, you will receive an email. So that's your point of initiation. If you don't receive an email with the order sent to you, that's the first thing you would have to get from NNPC before you can commence any transaction. Now, my screen is shown to everyone, so you can look at it quickly. The email will come in this form. It will have the company name, Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited, with the title of the order and the name. So you would see that also with the order number. Now, when you click on the email, you should also be able to see the details of the order, like the company logos and the description of the order itself, the amount and the order number. Now, when you see that, it will also come with a button for you to process order. Now, regardless of how it's structured on my screen here, it's just saying the first thing you're going to get is an email. Once you receive that email, you expected to open the email and then review the content of the email. Like every email, How long will it get to NMPC? We've had that conversation. Now we've been able to align on when it will leave and enter the exact date in the shipment date and the delivery date. If you notice, in this notice here, there is no estimate attached to that because we expect that you know it now. You have the exact date. So you can enter the exact date in the shipping date and the exact. Also, review the roadmap for other for advanced or know the import. You can then add your shipment date and your delivery date. Once you've done that, you can click submit and you receive an order after today's session. How do you transact with it to the point of notifying the business? That's the flow to the notification. But if it's for a service entry, if it's for a service order, how do you then transact? What do you then do after confirming the order? Note on the screen. That part and the next part. After create order confirmation, what is next? Create to enter what you've done, correct? So that they can pay you. That's the main aim now, of course. So you need to also create your service sheet. Your order. You create a service sheet, and that's what I want to walk you through. Remember, make sure your order has been confirmed, and as you can see, the order status is showing confirmed. We've validated that the order has been confirmed. We can then proceed to the next thing, and the form will look like this here. It would have, and the form will look like this here. It would have the order number to your initials, and then use a serial number to follow it up. Anything you want to use as your unique reference ID is mainly for you to track and log all your transactions. So you maintain that in your service sheet ID, and you proceed to the next thing, which is your service sheet date. By default, we've been talking about the services. Validate that the order is confirmed, and once you've confirmed that the order is, once you validate that the order is confirmed, you can proceed to create your service entry once the job has been concluded. Once you've clicked the create service entry button, after this session, I went back home and I'm saying, I've not checked my email for a while. Let me go and see if there's any order NPC to me. I'm going to act as you today and quickly log and just search for my Gmail. I still remember, hopefully I still remember my Gmail because it's been seems like I'm just trying to start. So we can quickly use that to proceed. Yes, I need my phone. Yes. Sorry about that, everyone. I thought I was still logged in here. Unknown to me, it's not that. That's not the case. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I'm no longer stuck. Thank you. After they've reviewed my profile, and there's a contract that was a point said me, yeah, look at it closely. This is what the order. Sorry. I hope you can hear me, please. Very clearly. Thank you so much. What the email looks like, I said, like I showed you earlier. It will be addressed to you. Your company name will be well spelled out there, and you will see it has been sent to you, and you can see the option to process order. Also, notice there's a PDF attached to you, like I showed you earlier. I'll click on the PDF, and as soon as I click on the PDF, I get to see the details of the order. In this example, the order was changed. Maybe there were the amounts, there were some discrepancies, so they made some correction, and the order was changed. It was sent back to us, and if you go scroll down, you can see there's a need by here. Is when they need this item. They say they need this item on the 24th. They are trying to get one of my room, which is the deluxe king room with city view and extras. So trying to make intact, I can then review the entries, make sure everything is fine. I can confirm the details, the amount, the total amount is. What's the next thing? What's the next thing? After I review the entry, what do I do next? I'll click on process order. You can already on the browser, it will just open a new tab for me with the option for me to sign in. Depending on your network, it could be faster, and depending on the network, it could be slow. Like in this case, it's quite slow. But it's coming up, and it should take me to a username page where I get to enter my email and hopefully my password. Next, I would can see the screen is shown to you now. I can just type in my email. Our company email is lumify@gmail.com. So I click on next. If you do not remember your company username, you can click forget username also. It would show you the possible company that is tied to your email address. I'll just type in my password. As soon as I enter my password, it would then log me into my account. Remember, this is to you. It's not tied to much. It's just you, your company that will send this order. So as soon as I click on that sign in, it takes me directly to my account. And in my account, I can see the order. It will take me to the order page. Also, remember, depending on your network, it will be faster and it could be slow. Here you can see the order number is 5000437. Let's go back to the email. Let's confirm that. Is it the same thing? Is it the same thing? So we can go back now to continue with the transaction. Let's scroll down. We can see the company name. You can see the company name well spelled out. And if you scroll down to the bottom, we can also see the amount. This is for a service. And the amount is well spelled out here as well. 180,000. And you see the tax amount that was charged. With this, we can proceed to the next thing, which is for us to, what are we doing next? Create order confirmation. So once I click on create order confirmation, are we doing is all the orders we are confirming correct? Confirm entire order. In this example, we can then enter a confirmation ID. Do I need to call an NPC for a confirmation ID? It's personal to me, correct? An example of what we can use. We can and proceed to the next thing, which is to create the service sheet. So I will just click on create service sheets, and it should review the form for me. Notice it's asking me also for the service sheet ID. I'll just enter S. Thank you so much. So I'll type in LUM here 004. So you can see that's maintained correctly. And finally, the service start date. Also, notice the service sheet date is still today's date, correct? We didn't enter that ourselves. It was maintained for us by the system. So somebody say one reservation. Let's type that here. 1 room reservation. Since I'm typing it wrong. But here. King size. So after we've done that, you can move to the next thing, which is the service sheet line. Is there any amount here? No, we need to capture the amounts that we got the job done for. So we can click add, then click on add on planned item. Once you click on add on planned item, it should review some field for us now. Notice here we now have the option to enter the description of the job. You can just do copy and paste from the service description here. Copy this and paste that in the description here. It's the same. What happened? It's throwing errors, Abby.
because the system is also smart. But we'll try it in the price sheet. Let's go back to the purchase order again to confirm. How much was agreed? 180,000. So we'll go back to the order and change it from 500,000. Kai. We'll just change it from 500,000 to 180,000 and put what? NGN. This stands for Naira. We can do the same thing, update the order, and notice what happened. There's no error, so that means we can proceed to next. So go to next. We can review all the entries, and once we confirm everything is fine, we can now submit. Once we submit, you get the option for you to print this document. If you click the print button, it will review an option for you to review. You can see all that you've entered, and if you have a printer, you can print it, a physical copy. If you just want to save it as the status change, now to service. All we are waiting for is the NNPC team to review what we've entered and approve this job that we have done. Notice here, there's an option for you to create an invoice. Once in the expectation is going forward, once they've approved this entry, the create invoice option will be open to you. You yourself will just create the invoice. Instead of waiting for them to process the invoice from their end, you initiate the process yourself. As soon as they approve, the option will be on grade to you. You can click create invoice and commence your invoice processing, your invoice request, the process from your own end, and you can have your payments even faster than you usually get them. But in this example, we're waiting for them to approve that, and once they've approved it, they can then process our invoice. This is how you can successfully confirm a service order and do a service entry on Ariba. One question: the service entry, is it immediately after the order confirmation? The service entry, is it immediately after the order confirmation? No, it's when? After you're done with the job, correct. So, do you want us to see how we do for goods? Should I demonstrate for goods? Okay, let's demonstrate for goods quickly. So, apparently they sent me two orders. One order is for goods and the other is for service. So I will scroll down to this purchase order that. Let's open the PDF. Apparently this is the order transaction. Sorry, let's just scroll up a little. Yes. Now, this is another order that we got from NNPC, and the order is for 45 million naira to supply something. Let's open the PDF to get more information. So let's see the order. The order status is still new because we've not transacted it yet. We can see the description of the address of the person that sent it to us, and also we can see that it's for a high capacity network multipurpose multifunction printer. We can see the amount for one. They're saying it should cost 4.5 million for one, and the total amount for the 10 quantity that they're trying to buy is 45 million. So if you scroll down also, you can see more details about the item. When do they need it? We can also, the business sent they sent sample of the printer that they want to buy. You can see an image of the item that they're also trying to buy. You can see the sample of what they want to buy. They're saying either this one or the other one. So long as it's the same price, they're fine with it. You can supply this. We've validated all the entries. Everything is fine. We can then do what are we doing next? Process order. As soon as I click process order, it should take me to my account. Should it take me to a login page in this example? What will happen? How many of us think it will take me to a login page? Because I already logged in. It will just log me to, just directly take me to the transaction. If it was the first time I'm logging it will take me to my login page. But since I've logged in already and I transacted the previous order, it should take me directly to the new transaction. That's what happened when you click process order when you're already logged in. And remember, it is depending on your network. If your network is fast, you will log in faster than I am. In this, wow. Seems it's not logging me, Let's just check it again quickly. Something happened. The system is telling me to sign in. It seems it's a different account that was sent to. It's not my system.
Oh, it's not my sister. So are you a tech bro? You look like a tech bro. Okay, so I'll just click on business network and use the existing account to log in. I'll just enter my username and password. Ideally, if you're logged into your account, it should take you directly to the transaction. I'll just click on Sally. I'll just enter my name, company name here. Let's check again, just confirm. It was sent to Lumify, yes, correct. The password, the username is lumify@gmail.com. I'll just enter the password quickly. So it is attempting to log me in. If there are any error, we get to see that as well. But the decision is it should take you directly to the order. Status. What are we saying? of the transactions on Ariba, and I can reassure you that all the transactions are very transparent. And when you're speaking to, the question you asked was geared towards if you can throw that again. The experience. Say you got an order, and the order is for 500 million, and you need 500 laptops. I need to sponsor this, this transaction. You're asking if the purchase order is enough to get the bank to grant you a loan. Well, that has to do with the bank's policies. Ideally, for you to be awarded such contract, there was a technical evaluation that was done, and they've ascertained that you have the financial capability to execute that transaction. So you won't be awarded that if they can't determine that in the sourcing event. So most bank policy, they ideally in charge of the event, and they've confirmed that you have that, the funds needed to get the job done, and also the business no more. You asked.
Thank you. I want the contractors they have to be chosen. So when this one to me is the last stage of getting that to register in Ariba, we just sit back at home, because I want that impression to be cleared now. We just sit back at home and we get the email and we start processing. Is it how it's going to be from January?
Yes, Bob. So the idea is all the strategy approval is internal to NNPC, not to you. Okay. Your own job is to supply, correct?
Yeah.
And respond to an order that has been sent to you. So all you are doing is just wait back and expect an order that is going to be sent to you. All that is done internally within the team. The Ariba module has the business side and the supplier side. Your own side is what we are mainly focused on, so that we can, embody you with the necessary know-hows, so that when you get that order to respond to it, you know how to go about it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Next question. Next question, please, from this order. Okay.
Equip you there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pharmacist Amajue Zenduka, Triple Care International Limited. So I have a question, because from all you have been doing so far, we are not able to fully key in, because our
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Taye Agbontain from Benin City Chambers of Commerce and Industry.
We have filled and so confirmed on Ariba's platform, expecting the payment, and the following day an email was sent that the PO has been changed. And when we confirmed the initial price compared to the change, they added 2 kobo. The second time we have the same experience, we have 1 kobo. And the account department have to call our attention that will bring in new invoice as against what was in the contract. So what will have been the problem on this?
Sorry, I wasn't able to get the question clearly. Do you want to take it again, please?
Okay. It is certain amounts in the contract, and after filling, submitted everything, and so confirmed that NNPCL has changed the PO, and the
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir. Thank you.
Now, I want to ask this question very silly. Both of those who render services like security, clearing of right of way, clearing of AGIs, I hope that is not strange to you. That is the Nigerian Gas Company Limited, the infrastructure, and the marketing companies. They run metering stations. So how do you factor this into the whole invitation to tender agreement? Are you getting me now? That the MD invoices after inspection by the user department or the key factor in charge. So all this arrangement of Ariba, where are we going to?
So regardless of the peculiarity of the job, whether it's a milestone basis or the payment is monthly, if it's due monthly, the contracts also have each of the months stipulated there. All the team from NNPC will be drawing from the contract at every point in time. Like you said, after each month you get paid for the site, so they likely would draw a contract for paying attention. And
facilitator, Mr. Michael, thank you for that. If you have capacity, that will come to you. You know, there were questions being asked about invoicing and all of that. The next speaker is going to talk about that. This is why we're bringing you numbers that you can call. Scm is an expert when it comes to invoicing. He's going to give all of the details you need to know. Our facilitator is a principal system application software consultant with experience level competency in the design, configuration, and support of SAP Finance and Ariba Solutions. He's a certified SAP trainer, project manager, and solution architect, and holds various SAP certifications. He was the solution architect for the SAP IS Oil solution deployed at NNPC for both retail and PPMC. He has worked SAP projects around the world in the last 30 years for several companies like Accenture UK, IBM Netherlands, Africa. He holds a PhD in computing and mathematics from Brunel University and other professional bodies. He is involved in delivering various academic seminars. Currently, he is the head accounting, policy and system NNPC Ariba Chief Solution Architect for the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. Distinguished, can we put our hands together as we welcome to take this next session, Dr. Grillo Wakil. Come on now, make it louder, people. Make it louder. Encourage our doctor in the house to come take you through the e-invoicing, because every system you have to follow an invoice, please, sir. Thank you. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. FT, your own is too much. All right. Before we start, let's do some stretches. I think you've been sitting for too long. You agree? All right, let's stretch a bit. All right, so who is going to lead us? Who is going to stand in front? Okay, the gentleman is ready. Can you stand in front? We're going to copy him. So what in front? We're going to copy him. So whatever you do, we will copy.
Oh my God. Clapping. Spread out. Down. Wrap around your... Oh, yeah. Can we get that low? Can we get that low?
Okay. You don't have to print. The visibility is available immediately. So you click on the submit an invoice. That invoice will post automatically into our system. You don't need to call anybody to find out if they've received the PO or the invoice. And then it's a collect an invoice. It will post into our system. It will log it with our treasury team. And 45 days later, you get payment. 45 working days later, once we go live with this electronic invoice, you submit that invoice, just go and sleep. 45 days later, you will get an alert. You will get paid, okay? It's very important we work with the process, you know, collaboratively, Bini and so on. With Ariba, we don't have a singular automated platform. The idea of I have to go to Abuja to chase this invoice is a thing of the past. Once you click it in the system, it's invoiced, straight away it will queue up.
and it's first come, first served. You queue up today, it queues for 45 days, you get paid, and so on and so forth. All right, so let's look at the process. Now, this is the invoicing process. But before you get to this stage, you've done several other processes. We talk about the procurement process being a P2P process. The first P is all the procurement activity you have done. So let's look at those things. And please, we need to make sure we follow them in that order. The first thing that happens is the sourcing. So we go through the bidding activity, you reply to the response to the RFP, it goes through bidding, somebody wins. Okay, we've got a selective process. The person that has won is the gentleman here that came out here. So he has won the job, okay, of being the coordinator for our exercises in this event. We all agree. He won that job, okay? Has he completed the job? Was he successful? Okay, so now he has done it successfully. He will go back into his Ariba system. He will enter a service entry. You understand? He goes into the system, enters, I've done the job successfully, and so on. Once he does that, automatically it goes back to the team, NNPC, in this case, everybody here. We confirm that he has done it. Now, once we confirm, what we are doing is accepting his service and establishing liability. You understand? That means we have to pay him for that service. Immediately we do that, it will open up the invoice in Ariba. If we don't accept, the invoice will not open up. So once we accept, it opens up the invoice, and then we come to this process here. Because at that point, NNPC has established liability that we owe this man, is confirmed. So to open up the invoice on his side, he just goes in there. One, he cannot enter the amount. The amount is contractual, he cannot change it. He also cannot change the service because it's accepted. So it's only what is accepted that will open up as an invoice. So assuming he came here, I asked you the same question, did he do it correctly? If half of this side should say no, this part should say yes. It means it's a partially completed service. He puts in his service entry, I've completed everything, but it's gone for service acceptance. Only half said yes, half said no. That means your service will be slashed into two. You understand? We call that a partially completed, or if it's an item, it's partially delivered. You can deliver 100 items, but during the receipting of the items, it was discovered some of them are off spec, or some of them are not up to standard. If NNPC should receive some of them, the system will log what has been accepted, and then the invoice will open up for that. The others will go into a returns bucket. You understand? So it's only what liability has been established for is what will open up in the invoice window. And it's efficient for both of us. So in that instance, you can bring in subsequent invoices. So you return it, we return it to you, you bring in 20 more, we go through the goods receipting process. If it's okay, another invoice bucket will open up for 20. So it means that one PO will have two invoices, one for the 80 items, the other for the 20 items. So a PO is not a one-to-one relationship with an invoice. It's a one-to-many, especially with a lot of you that do milestone-related activities. You have one PO that will have all the milestones as line items. Each milestone represents a service entry, a service acceptance, and an invoice. And that's the way we have to do it. Don't wait to complete all the milestones and send one invoice. Each completed milestone, send an invoice. It will call off on the PO. All right, so let's look at the step-by-step process. So these are the 5 steps. Like I said earlier, invoicing is the easiest of all the activities. So my colleagues, they've given me the easiest job to do. They've done all the hard parts of categorization, onboarding, remember earlier this morning, and then Michael a few minutes ago on PLs, POs, and so on. When it comes to invoicing, it's the easiest part. All you do is you log in and you see the invoice. It's either activated or not activated. If it's not activated, what does that mean? What do you think it means? Perfect. That's what it means. You have done your part. One, you've either done the service entry or you've delivered the item, but it has not been approved on our side. So in the whole process, this is the only area that you are allowed to call an NPC. Don't call for invoice, don't call for PO, you receive it automatically. This is the only physical aspect of the whole process. You understand? If you provide a service, maybe you painted this place. Before we accept it, somebody needs to physically come and check. If you supply an item, somebody needs to physically check the item. That's the only part that can't be automated or computerized. So it's a physical activity. It's the only time you can call an NPC to say, look, you haven't accepted. Have you gone to review? Have you done this? So call and make sure it's accepted, it's checked, because that's the only time liability will be established and the invoice will open up. Okay? All right, so let's go ahead. So you choose the standard invoice, the number 2 here. The standard invoice, PO-based, is the only invoice type we're doing now. So all our invoices are PO-based invoices. The invoice is linked to a PO. And before you just complete the details would come in from the PO. And then if there are any lines to add, you add those lines. But by default, those lines will come in from the PO. Okay? When do you think there will be an instance where you'll be adding a line? It's not on the PO. Okay? But you now need to add a separate line to the invoice. Okay, so in most cases, this will happen when there's an agreement. So let's look at the process again. You've won the bid, you've received the contract. When you get the contract, can you start providing the item or start providing the service when you have a valid contract? Can you start providing the service? The answer is no. So please note it down. If you put it as the first thing on your notebook, do not start delivering the item or providing a service if all you have is a contract. The contract is valid, I agree, but don't start anything. You need to have a PO, either a purchase order or a service order. The service order, purchase order, is the working document of the contract. Without those 2 items, don't start. I know a lot of you here, you have a contract and you started. I heard a gentleman there that asked about some services he provided. The entity has given him a contract. Do not start doing anything without a PO. If you do that, you're going to have difficulties when it comes to visibility and also payment. So that's when we'll have issues. People will say they haven't been paid for 6 months, they haven't been paid for 5 months. Get a contract. Immediately that contract is approved, legally signed. Tell the supply chain team immediately to give you a PO. And they will give it to you. All they need to see is a signed contract. They give you a PO. Once you have a PO, what's the next thing you do? You confirm the PO. Remember, these are all electronic documents. You go into Ariba, confirm I've received the PO. It will be acknowledged on the NNPC site. Once you do that, you still should not start the service or deliver the item. There's still one very critical document that you need to do, and that's an advance shipment notice. Okay? A service advance service notice. If you don't do that, I heard somebody talk about demurrage. It's an area where this extra line can come in. So let me give an example. You have the PO, you've confirmed the PO. The next thing, you just go straight to any PL. You have maybe 2,000 drill bits to supply. You take it straight there. They're not ready for you. They don't know you're coming. So because of that, your driver waits out there 2 days, 3 days, and then there are extra costs that are now developing on your side, isn't it? That is happening because you didn't send an advance shipment note to any PL to tell them your driver is coming so day. If you do that and your driver still waits for a number of days, then you have a good case for this extra line. So the cost you've incurred, you can now pass that cost back to NNPC. Because in that case, it's NNPC's fault. You all agree? But if you don't send that advance shipment note and you just come, it's fine. Whenever we can take the items off you, we will take it. If it's 2 days, 3 days, whatever cost you incur, it's on you. So that is a very critical document. It becomes very critical when we start talking about demurrage. Because if a vessel arrives without pre-warning, without going into the system to set an advance shipment note, it comes when we're ready, when we have time in our silos, we will take the product. But any demurrage related cost will not be taken up by NNPC. But you didn't tell us beforehand. So that document is very, very important. Okay? So valid contract is number one. The working document of the contract, PO, is the number 2 document. Number 3 document is our confirmation. You can see it's back and forth. You do one, I do one. Don't do 2 and expect us to now do 1. You understand? So do 1, we will do 1. Okay? So valid contract comes to you, PO comes to you, you confirm, comes back to us. We acknowledge, your confirmation. The next thing you do is to send us an advance shipment note, which we will confirm to say, yes, we're okay with the date this item is coming. Then you do your delivery. Okay? And if it's a service, then you mobilize to site, and the next thing is we want to see a service entry. Okay? So you do the service entry. At that point, you have finished your own item. Let me say supposedly finished your own item. So you've put it in, I've done this service, I've painted this place, or I've supplied 100 drill bits. Now because you've done that, that doesn't mean you can bring an invoice. An invoice at that point is premature. We all agree. Because the invoice is determined by if we accept what you've brought. You brought 100 drill bits. We have a team of experts in NNPC, the subject matter expert, the auditors, and our GLC team. They go together, they look at the items, everybody passes through the order, everybody signs, yes, 100 is okay. Once we say 100 is okay, immediately invoice will open up. Then you can submit the invoice. Okay? The same thing if it's a service, you've painted this place. Our engineers come in, they look at it, okay, yes, 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 this is what they're supposed to paint. Assuming you didn't paint it to the top over there, they will not accept your service entry. They'll reject it with the reason. You will come back, complete it, they accept it, then the invoice will open up. Okay? So you can't do two, we won't be able to do one. So if you go ahead and do service entry and then submit invoice, which a lot of you have been doing, okay, the invoice is too premature at that point because that invoice amount might not be what you've done in the service or the item you've submitted. So wait for us to accept. When you send a delivery or you do a service entry, wait at that point for us to accept. Okay? I remember this is even electronic, it's not paper-based, so you won't even be able to submit an invoice. It's until we accept, invoice will now open up. Then you can submit the invoice. All right, so let's go through how you submit the invoice. Remember, the master document is the purchase order. The purchase order is the master document. Okay? Everything you do across line. Remember, we said you have a contract. Working document of that contract is the PO. So that PO is representing your contract in the whole chain of activities. So everything you do would reflect on the PO. So we go into the PO, you can see the invoice box has opened up. That's an active invoice box. Okay? The one that is not active will be grayed out. You cannot do anything with it. It comes active when it becomes blue, and that's where the box is. Also, if you look at the PO, you'll see the status of the PO is saying received. Okay? You can only send an invoice for a received PO. So that means NNPC has received it. The PO would always be changing its status. When you deliver, it will say delivered. On a delivered PO, the invoice box will not be active. Once we receive it, the PO will change to receive and it will activate the invoice box. Okay, so like we said, it's a standard invoice. I know the gentleman, they asked about documentation and so on. We have all your emails from the first session we had to this session. Everything will be sent to you in a proper detailed manner. You receive everything by email. So if you haven't taken notes, you have everything in order. You're going to receive every single document. Okay, so standard invoice. You're only required to enter in this whole invoicing process only two pieces of information. One is, what is the invoice number? The invoice is your document, it's not an NNPC document. So what is your invoice number? Some of you might have 004. Okay, so any number you have as your own invoicing number. Some of you have receipt booking vouchers. So those vouchers have already been printed with invoice numbers, isn't it? So if you manually write out the invoice, don't send it to us, we don't want it. But if you still manually write it, it's fine. Manually write it. That invoice number that's imprinted in that booking voucher, just enter it here. Okay? So it requires an invoice number. And the other thing it requires is a date. I said this in the session in Lagos, so I'll say it again. Suppliers, you're smarter than us. Okay? So now you've heard is 45 days after invoice. You might now say, okay, this is the date they will use. You will now backdate it 10 days, 15 days. So that way you will shave off those number of days from the payment date. Which we, you know, we have gained some sense. So we know, and we don't use these dates to calculate date of payment. We use the date this thing is posted. So if you like, put 1st of November here. The system is going to use today's date to start counting your 45 days. I hope we're clear on this. So whatever date you put here is for reporting purposes. Okay, he's not going to use this to calculate the number of days for payment. Okay, so those are the two pieces of information you need. Invoice number, invoice date. That's all. Once you do that, and you go ahead, you will see the line item. It will pick it up from the PO. But that line item on the PO has now graduated. Okay? So let me give an example of what I mean. So if on the PO we say, what we see on the PO is provide 100 items. Indeed, you provided 100 items. But in the course of us testing those items, we found 20 of those items to be off spec. What Ariba will now do is not going to take the quantity on the PO, it will take the quantity on what has been accepted. You understand? So which means you still have 20 as an open quantity on the PO that you can deliver subsequently. So this line item is no longer from the purchase order, it's graduated to the service acceptance. And whatever the line item on the service acceptance, which is what NMPC has taken liability for, is what will now come into the PO. So it's now what comes into the invoice template. And you cannot change it. Okay, so you accept that, just click on the tick. For now, your invoices that you've done manually, you would now need to attach that to this document. So either it's a receipt booking voucher or a manual invoice you've written out or printed, just scan it, take a picture, it accepts it, take a picture of it, save it as a JPEG, and then click on the attachment and attach it to your electronic invoice. Every single invoice needs that attachment. We need to have a copy of your paper-based invoice. With time, as we scale up our suppliers, and some of you that have been doing this with other companies, you will then build your receipt booking voucher template into Ariba. You understand? With your company logo, with your numbering, your invoice numbering range, your design, your formats, your fonts, you will build all that into Ariba. So that the next time you come for an invoice, you just click on your invoice template. You don't need to attach it anymore. The invoice would be in your own company format. You can start doing that now. You all have access to Ariba. There's a place called Supplier Enablement. It will show you how to build up invoices, how to build your templates, and so on. Okay, you can do it yourself. You don't need any special type of skill to do it. You can actually do it yourself. But in the meantime, continue attachment. All right, so that's the attachment. You just click attachment, add, make sure the attachment has gone in, and you check it. All right, so once you've done that, you just review it. Remember, you're not entering any information like quantity, like amount. All you're doing is invoice number, date, and the attachment for now. Okay? And then you review everything, you submit. If you have any issue with the quantity the invoice is telling you or the amount on the invoice, you cannot change it. What it means is that you won't submit the invoice. You can call NNPC. What has happened there is that you've sent 100, but in the course of accepting, NNPC only accepted 80. The 20, maybe you haven't seen the email, that 20 is in our return box. So you are expecting an invoice for 100. You understand? So in that case, there's a misalignment between both of us. So you won't accept this. But once you call, they tell you, look, you have 20 here, come and collect it, it's off spec. Then you have a choice of one, accepting the 80, and let that go as a separate invoice, or collecting the 20, okay, bring another 20, and then let them accept it. Once they accept it, everything comes together as 100, and then you have one invoice. So it's your decision, okay? But that time you've waited till you submit the invoice is 45 days. So it's more efficient for you to let this 80 go and let it go and queue for 45 days. Isn't it? That's what I would do. Let this 80 go, let it go and queue for 45 days. This 20, it might take a week or so for you to bring that 20 back, go through the process. So do that. This 20 is only going to queue for 45 days. But this one will be paid earlier than this one. If you had waited for the 100, it means the 100 will all be paid much later. I hope you agree with that. All right, so we view the invoice, and that's the end of the process. You accept and exit the invoice, and then this is what the PO will now look like. Remember we said the PO is the working document. Once you have a PO that says invoiced, you can go to sleep. All you're waiting for is a lot of payment, which is for 5 days. Okay? So you receive notifications also. Go to your dashboard, it will tell you what's happening with the payment. Like we said, we don't want you to call. Or if you call, they answer you. You know what they will say? They will say, can you log into your Ariba? You will log in. They will say, what does it say on the schedule? It says 30 days. Okay, you get paid in 30 days. You understand? That's what the person that you call will tell you. They can't tell you more than what you already have in front of you. So when you go to your dashboard, it will show the PO, it will say it's been scheduled for payment, payment due 45 days, it starts counting down. If for any reason that 45 days is going to change, you will receive notification. So maybe it's 10 days left to payment. For some reason, it can't be paid in 10 days. Maybe it's now 2 extra days. It will change to 12 days. You receive notification. Okay? So you always know when you are going to be paid. In the last session in Lagos, a gentleman was complaining a bit that, okay, 45 days. He said the last one, because we've actually done this 45 days. He said, no, his own was not 45 days. I said, how long? He said 48 days. I'm sure most of us will be happy with 48 days. It's just 3 days extra. Based on where we're coming from. Don't we agree? I mean, I will be happy with 48 days. But if you are now telling me that 45 days is going to become 100 days or 90 days ahead, then I'm not happy. But he said 48 days. I mean, we can still live with 2-3 extra days. It's not going to hurt us. But also, quite a number of you go through what we call an invoice discounting process. Isn't it? Some of you do invoice discounting. So there's a company that is also, you know, coming along. It's still in discussion, so that's why I can't show you what will happen with that. They are also providing an invoice discounting process. So just in case you need the money earlier, maybe you need the money in 10 days, 15 days, and so on, you can discuss with them. They will require you to discount your invoice. Maybe give 1%, 2% discount, which does not come to NNPC. It's between you and this other company. They will pay you earlier, and you get paid earlier. NNPC will still pay in its 45 days. Okay? So that's an invoice discounting process. A lot of companies, they do it. The Shells, the ENIs, they all do it. So we also have a company that will do it. It's going through the process in NNPC to make sure it's the right company and also that it's the right process for you. All right, so 45 days, you get paid. What happens after you get paid? What happens? All right, so what happens is you have huge amount of money in your bank account, isn't it? Some of you would now, and my colleague will come up to explain this, some of you might want to now show appreciation, isn't it? A lot of you do that. My colleague from the governance risk is going to come here and he will tell you that, look, we don't need it. You've done a service. The service has been done optimally. You didn't call anybody. You waited your 45 days. You collected your money. Okay? So we don't need you to appreciate any of the teams, either the team in procurement, the team in finance, or anybody else. It's the money you've worked for, isn't it? Some of you show appreciation. So he's going to come up here to tell you that, look, we don't need this. We don't need that appreciation from you. And if for some reason you still insist that you must show appreciation, then there's a limit to the type of appreciation you can show. Okay? Anything over that limit would not be accepted. But my colleague would explain more on those kind of things. All right, so any questions? I think that's all from me for now.
Madam Chair, please, can we appreciate our facilitator? Thank you so very much, sir, for that wonderful explanation towards the e-invoicing. Okay, from the front row, and usually to the back, so it will get to you, please. Just indicate.
All right, this NNPC, like securities, cleaners, are we going to wait for 45 days?
Okay. If the contract says 10, okay. If the contract says 10 days, 8 days, it won't be 45 days anymore. You understand? If it's explicitly mentioned in the contract that payment after, I'm just giving you the standard payment for everything. Even in the contract for all services, say 45 days. Some people have 60 days in their contract. Okay? But even those 60 days will default to 45 days. You understand? But for some contract, like you said, for yours, a service, depending on what was agreed at the contractual level. You remember before you got to a contract, you went through a bidding process. You want the job from other people. So once you have that contract, you can't.
This out.
Done. Your purchasers are when the job
Oh, do you have any PO? Do you have any PO? These gentlemen, we haven't given them job. They want to send us.
Talking about
on that. We'll discuss information management, national and international trade, and also the responsibility for this code. So we'll get the ball rolling. As I said, we want to respect time, so we'll just go straight into it and not fondle a lot. So anti-bribery and corruption. So to begin with, our company, notwithstanding what has strong value when it comes to bribery and corruption. The idea of bribery in any form and in any way, strongly and seriously frowned against and absolutely prohibited. A bit. But facilitation payments simply is when there is a routine task and you want to give some sort of incentive to do it a bit faster. So Dr. Grillo had mentioned situations, particularly as regards the 45-day for payment, where some people may feel like, oh, I know this person in the system, I know that person in the system, maybe I can talk to them so they can fast-track that process. And for some people, they may feel like, oh, this person who does the actual work, maybe if I give him this little money, he can get my payment a bit faster for me. That is absolutely prohibited. And there are aspects, particularly, of our violations of the Code of Conduct, where people could be liable to further penalties, even further than just being blacklisted or something like that. If it's things that constitute actual financial crimes, of course, it will have to be referred to the appropriate quarters for those things. So we must realize that facilitation payments of any kind is not allowed, neither is bribery, neither is any form of corruption. And the importance of why we also have to do this in terms of sensitizing us as suppliers with our code of conduct is so that when you recognize violations, even by employees, so just as we said, facilitation payments are not allowed. And so if there is a case where an employee is requesting for one, you will know that that person is contravening what is actually the law of the company. And so you can make a report in that regard as well. But we'll get to that shortly. But also speaking, we recognize that the company unequivocally prohibits business partners, in this case suppliers, or any representative of the company from making, promising, or receiving any corrupt payments on the company's behalf. So of course, being a supplier to NNPC, you know that in some way, even amongst a larger audience, there is some sense of representation. The company prohibits anyone from doing those acts on our behalf. We don't do it at all. It's not allowed. So next, we'll talk about gifts. And this is the aspect specifically that Dr. Grillo was talking about. He mentioned that when your payment is made and you've received your payment, you might feel a sense of appreciation. And you'd want to, approach an employee, the person who perhaps did the process or helped with ensuring that your payment came out, and you want to show them some level of appreciation. It's not allowed. The company stand is that we don't need it. We don't need it. We receive your appreciation by heart, and we are grateful that you are thankful of the assistance. But please, by no means should there be any form of monetary gift or otherwise. As a matter of fact, Dr. Grillo rightly mentioned, there are gift thresholds that are acceptable. But cash to begin with is not. No amount of money in any form, not even as coupon or voucher, is allowed as a gift within the company. All gifts that are even given, that are even accepted, have to be reported. So you should know that with that in mind, even as an employee like myself, if I receive a gift from any business partner for whatever reason, I have to report it. First and foremost, it is not allowed for me to ask a supplier or a vendor for a gift or to give me any sort of tip. But if for whatever reason, maybe it's a cultural setting, or maybe like we are hosting you as suppliers now, perhaps you have a program within your company, and as your business partners give us some corporate gifts to go home with, I have to go back and report it. And the actual rule, at least as it stands, is that those gifts must not be above the threshold of 100,000 naira in value. So the actual value, the monetary value of that gift. But as I said, money in itself, at any amount, is not allowed whatsoever. So we must keep these things in mind. Sorry, I didn't swipe to the actual slide. So we must keep these things in mind. So as I said, prohibited to receive cash gifts or cash equivalent gifts. It's also prohibited to receive any sort of personal services. So if you want to show any form of gift, you want to give a gift to an employee for whatever reason, even if it's Christmas packages, whatever those things may be, it cannot come in the form of any sort of personal service to the person. Let us take note of these things. It also can't come in form of loans. We've had people who would say that, oh, they didn't receive a gift from a supplier, but they requested for some form of loan for some personal duty they wanted to do. That's absolutely unacceptable within the company. And as I said earlier, it's important we know these things because even as a company, we are striving very hard to maintain a culture of ethical behavior. So if it is seen as a supplier that there are employees within the company who are making requests for these things, it should absolutely be reported. And speaking of reporting, let me just touch on that now before we move any further. Within our company, if you go to the NMPC website, there are hotlines currently where you can make your reports. But we've even taken a step further from there because we understand the sensitivity and the complexity of what we're doing. And even though, yes, it's still in the works, but within a very short space of time, we're having our whistleblowing part actually outsourced. So it won't even be held in-house anymore. You can go there anonymously, make reports about whatever things. So I can assure you of my interest and the interest of the company are at loggerheads. So how does that materialize? There are three types of conflict of interest. The first is called direct interest, and it is where there's an employee like myself who has controlling interest or management position in a business partner. So if I was to have ownership rights of any of your companies, that would be a conflict of interest because the company is in business with NMPC. So I can't be an employee of NMPC and still be on the other side. So the reason why it's important for you to also know this is so you can also observe that if for any reason you have, because if you look at indirect conflict of interest, it may not necessarily be an ownership, but if I perhaps have a brother that has management position in your company, that will also be an indirect conflict of interest. So perhaps for some of us here as suppliers, we have companies where we have people in leadership positions who have spouses, who have siblings, who have close relatives within the NMPC employee space. That in itself constitutes conflict of interest. So it is more beneficial that it is advised to those people to make that declaration. Because within the company, what we have is declaration of conflict of interest. So if I had a conflict of interest, perhaps I have a brother that is sitting here as a supplier, I would have to declare it as an employee that so-so-so company, the owner of the company or the management of the company is my close relative. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't do business with them. And there's usually that fear, and that's the reason why a lot of suppliers withhold that information, because you feel like if it is known, then we won't do business with you. That is actually not the case. The only reason why we want to know, again, is to avoid risk. So what we want to know is if there is such a relationship, when it comes to making critical business decisions about that company, we can excuse that individual so that they are not part of that decision-making process and they won't use bias in making decisions. So it's not a case where if it is seen that there's a conflict of interest with your company, it simply means that we would never do business with you. No, that's not the case at all. So let's disabuse that mindset in itself. Simply is just our bid to ensure that we are aware of all the possible risks involved with all the people we do business with. So that just takes me through everything we've said in this slide. Now, money laundering, of course, you know, it's where illegal funds are siphoned through legal activities to make them seem clean in that sense. Of course, the company also frowns at this in absolution. It's important for us to know that. So even as suppliers, we must know that by extension, this also applies to us. One of the things we do as a company is ensure that every company that does business with us subscribes to the same rules that we do. So within Nigeria, for example, we have our own money laundering rules. We have the Money Laundering Act. We have the European Union Acts that we also subscribe to. And so every company we do business with must be seen to do the same. In that instance, if there are cases where any company is not following, then we would have to sever ties with them. Reason, as suppliers, we are engaged or our companies are tied to any such cases, it could also affect your relationship, your business relationship with NNPC as well. Now, public communication, this is another very important aspect. We would realize that, of course, as suppliers doing business with NNPC, you get privilege to different levels and different kinds of information, even things that may not be public knowledge outside. You would have different sensitive data, even as regards things like your invoice papers, things like your payments, letters and all that, all those POs and SOs and so on and so forth. They are regarded as company sensitive data because they are not public documents, right? So it's important that we keep into cognizance that you are not allowed to either disclose what would otherwise be company sensitive data or use them to trade or use them to benefit in any way or form. The company, of course, reserves the right to make reports to the appropriate quarters if that is seen. So as you come into contact with different levels and different forms, of NNPC specific information, it's important for us to know that even for the security of our company, for the security of your own company, all of these details should stay as confidential as possible. Next, still in that same line, information management. And with this, the things that are important for us to note is that suppliers are to guard against communication with employees through personal channels. So one of the things that we try to do within our company is to establish the internal rules, as I stated earlier, and then, like what I'm doing now, discuss how we then affect all other stakeholders. So one of the rules that we have internally is that it is not allowed for an employee, such as myself, to engage with or to engage in any official capacity using personal channels, such as personal emails or whatever the case may be. So as suppliers, it's important for you also to note that any interaction that you are having with an employee, especially when it's on official matters, must be done through the appropriate quarters. So an employee can't be reaching out to you to share some official documents with you, or perhaps you've not gotten your PO and the person downloads it and is sending it to you using their personal emails. All of those things are not allowed, and in the real sense of it will not be deemed as official when the time comes, should any problem come from that. Also, obviously, we are Yes, I think this was one of the things that was important for us to stress coming here. There could be fears, even as companies, the same way I had to state our own fears, that our sensitive information with you should be kept confidential. I'm sure on your end as well, your companies also want to be protected. And so it's important for you to know that it is actually a painstaking effort on our part to ensure that none of our suppliers have their information being leaked or their information unduly being made public without permission. And we only collect the information, or rather we only gather and store the information for the very reason why we collected them. So if it's for a business we're doing together, that's the only thing we'll use your information for. You can rest assured of that. National and international trade, this is just a stipulation that we have in our code of conduct, a stipulation that is our own vow to ensure that in any territory, any country, any state, any surrounding where we carry out our business would adhere not just to our own code of conduct, but also to the provided laws of that area. And part of the reason why we wanted to bring this up with the suppliers is so that you also know that if peradventure, we're in Benin right now. There are laws that guard this territory as regards business specifically for this area. It will never be the point to prove of NNPC to come and say that, oh, we are operating from Abuja, so our operations here will only follow the rules there. No, it's not true. Anywhere we give ourselves to operating business, we would follow our laws and we'll follow the laws of that land specifically. So let's also take note of that. And then finally, the responsibility for the code of conduct. I, representing GRC, within NNPC as a whole, we are responsible for the code of conduct. So not just for coming up with it, we also are responsible for reviewing it from time to time, but also ensuring that all violations to the code are successfully looked into if they are reported, if and when they are reported. So if there's need for any clarity and you need to reach out to the company to understand different positions, perhaps in your dealings with any of our employees, you notice different kinds of behaviors and you're not sure if it's acceptable, and you just need clarity on those things, you can reach out to the company. Specifically, you can request to speak with GRC personnel and we'll clarify each and every of those things. In speaking of responsibilities now, we want to tell you your own responsibility to ensure that you are on the right side of NNPC's ethical behavior. So the first thing you would want to do is to study. We would make it available. The code of conduct, especially as regards our business partners, will be available shortly. We're making a very abridged, interesting version on our website. It will be available, so it will be your responsibility to ensure that you read that and understand it. And also, it's not enough to read it. You would have to adhere to those provisions. Thirdly, to seek clarification, as I mentioned, wherever there may be any form of ambiguities or if there's any confusion. Fourth, to attend trainings like this one. So already what you're doing now, you're already successfully carrying that out. And then, as I mentioned earlier, if there are cases where you observe non-compliance, you make reports as well. On our website, there are channels for reporting, there are hotlines that have been given. And as I said, very shortly, there will be anonymous channels where you can send tips, things that are not even managed internally within our company. So you know that there's no risk of reprisal attack or anything like that, that they'll say, oh, this supplier reported, we would never give him job. There won't be any such thing as that. We won't even know who is reporting, and we won't even deal with it in the first place. It's all external. So that's that for the code of conduct. Very, very shortly, I will just touch on what's called our supplier due diligence, what we do to ensure that our company remains risk averse with the things that we don't want, especially as regards our relationships with you. So first, of course, you would know that just as we're all seated here, the company NNPC gets into business with different sorts of counterparties. So we have suppliers and vendors as yourselves. We also have different kinds of joint venture agreements, partners, and so on and so forth. We have charitable organizations that we work with and, things like that. And of course, all of these business relationships expose our company to different types of risks. So, for example, with suppliers and vendors, there are bribery and corruption risk possibilities.
what's this road? As if you are going towards Asaba. You find the PPM, as if you are going towards Asaba. You find the PPMC office. It's like an abandoned child. I mean, nothing is happening there. Nothing is happening there. Weeds have covered the whole place. What is happening? Is it that NNPC has no business there again? And if they don't have any business there again, why don't they decommission that place? Secondly, why don't they decommission that place? Secondly, it has to do with, like I said, environmental laws regarding pollution. NNPC said somewhere, carry operations. At the end of the day, maybe the asset has declined, they abandoned all the tools there, and everything gets to rust, and the environment is suffering. What does NNPC have to say about that? Then the labor laws. All right, let me stop it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those very and important questions. I'm sure we can all agree that those are very pressing societal discussions. In truth, some of those things that you mentioned are a bit more complex and dynamic than they may seem. There are things that are also the environment. Some of our approaches towards those things are changing. There are going to be a lot of massive changes coming soon. There are setups that are being carved out for that. I can't go into some of those discussions.
Thank you, please. Can we appreciate our facilitator one more time? Thank you, Mr. Thank you, please. Can we appreciate our facilitator one more time? Thank you, Mr. Sylvester from the governance rigs. Thank you so very much. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that today has been insightful. It has been transformative. It has been, you have been empowered. Yes or yes? Do we have capacity for more? Should we go for more? Are you ready? Are you sure? Will be sent to your email so you can sit down and do a detailed understanding for yourself. And please, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long day, and I want to say thank you so very much for your patience. We really appreciate your patience, and we know that this knowledge that you have learned. All right, so we have randomly picked out some to present the first badge of this certificate. Please, I'd like us to warmly welcome from the Deputy Manager, Scm Data Services from Abuja. Please welcome Mr. Victor Utulu, please. Utulu, please, Mr. Victor. Thank you so very much. You're not clapping, that's why it's not coming out. You are not clapping, that's why it's not coming out. Please, sir, please, until you get to the pulpit, please, until you get to the stage, keep clapping. I'm talking about your certificate. If you don't clap, maybe you might not have. This way, sir. All right, keep clapping, keep clapping. Let's keep clapping, please. All right, so first on our list, we have Vrandor Treasure Oil Nigeria Limited. Please, are you here? Frandor, please, are you here? Please come on stage. Can we appreciate him? Salami, please. BT Salami and Co. Are you here? All right. Thank you. Just stand and wait. Just at that corner, we're going to have a group photography. BT Salami, please. Thank you, sir. We also have Aldaba and Co. Limited. I hope that I got that right. Aldaba and Co. Limited. Daba. All right, he's on his way. All right, that's him, sir. And also on the list, we have Atare Imperator. Atare Imperator Control. Are you here? Are you here, sir? Okay. Please, you can face the camera, sir. Just face the camera together. Thank you.
Atare Imperato Construction Limited. On the list too, we have Etopo Control Services Nigeria Limited. Etopo Control Services. Thank you. Please, let's not leave. We're going to have group photography, please. We have Fleet Offshore Global Maritime Services Limited. Fleet Offshore Global Maritime Services Limited. We have stopped clapping. What's happening? Let's keep it. We call on Escon Oil Fields Limited. Are you here?
listening to DJ Khalid.